CPI. So CPI just came out. Markets reacted positively, pumping up on Wall Street. I'm in two short positions. I'm shorting the SPY. I have two forced positions here, 440.82, and I'm also short Nvidia here at 496.15. So I personally think that this market is going to be faded on this gap up. I do think that there's going to be profit taking and selling into this report. I don't think the rally is going to sustain just due to how lofty we are. I think this is the final hoorah rally, so to speak. It's going to be a buy the rumor, sell the news. That's what I think the outcome is. So the S&P is up quite substantially, 1.13. The Russell's up 2.6%. Wow. So you can see the Nvidia is coming in. We shorted it here at 496.15. It's a 1/4 position. Next ad will be at 498 and 499.29. SPY, we've shorted it twice here. Waiting for a little bit of a pullback. So yields have softened quite substantially, down a couple percent on the long and the short end. Definitely a positive tailwind for tech, but we'll see if it lasts. Nvidia pushing up again. SPY is trying to push up. Nvidia is pushing up again, trying to make a new pre-market high. So just be careful chasing longs up here. We're super extended. Like I said, I think this rally is going to be faded. But CPI positive. This gap up will likely be faded. So the next short level on Nvidia is approaching. This 4 pierces the 498. We will add again. Get ready on Nvidia. It missed my level by a couple pennies. Oh, there we go. It just got filled there. It brings it up to 497.18. New pre-market high. Looks like it wants to tap that 500 potential. So that was a huge rally in the markets. And we're just simply adding some shorts up here on NVIDIA, which we're almost in the money. There's a gap fill sitting all the way down here, 486. The dollar is continuing to fall. Yields are now down 3.23% on the 10-year, 3.39 on the 2-year. Look at that drop. Wow. I just made it. Boom. Can't be playing longs off of the open because market on the daily. That's pretty impressive. There is another gap to the high side sitting up here at 385.51. So the Qs are up a whopping 1.5%. The IWM's up 2.87%. I'm just marking the pre-market highs and the pre-market lows. NVIDIA making a new pre-market high. Lower than market expectations, just slightly lower. Therefore, the markets have been rallying. Shorts up at these levels are better risk to reward. Now the big question is, how much of this gain do we get back? Nvidia, the SPY, everything is very, very extended at these levels. You have to wonder, how much higher can we go before some of the Magnificent Sevens valuations really start to matter? Looks like Tesla wants to maybe shoot for this gap fill, which is sitting at roughly, Tesla's actually into the daily 113 EMA. It's a pretty big level. So Nvidia's coming down, SPY's still acting well. So SPY is making a little bit of a new high here. And it's being pushed up by the Qs. Tesla. Apple just made a new pre-market high. So the SPY just briefly made a new pre-market high. I'm going to add to my short up there, 446.50. 446.50. Bringing my average up to 445.51. Markets are now up 1.74% on the Qs, 1.4 on the SPY, 3.85 on the Russell. Wow. The Russell's definitely looking like somewhat of a short, but benefiting from the falling yields. So the Russell's testing this neckline break. So I find that super intriguing. You have this inverted head and shoulders, and it is testing this neckline. Hasn't broken out yet, but definitely super, super. And you have lots of little resistance points up here on the Russell. So all in this vicinity is a decent short trade from the Russell. You have three big levels. Tesla just made a new pre-market high, 235, tapping that EMA 113. Nat gas is falling, oil's catching a bid, Amazon's up nicely, Bitcoin's up a little bit, not much compared to the market, but enough. So we're short NVIDIA and we're short the SPY. Look at that little wick on the Russell. That's definitely a good top wick. Sitting at 176.15. And the pre-market low, 76.87. All right, we'll flip back to the SPY ETF just to see how that's transpiring. Hey, good morning, Casey. I'll take a look at INFA for you. Just bear with me here. I'm managing some trades. So NVIDIA is starting to come down here. You can see our short is in the money. Our short is at 497.26. It's a half position. And we do have a short on the SPY as well, which we're slightly out of the money. I do anticipate the SPY pulling back to about 442 on the charts. I INFA. What's going on with this one? Let's look at the daily. So Tesla's up a whopping 5% today. Nvidia's up 2.17. The Russell's up 0.27. Microsoft's up 1.3. Apple up 1. INFA actually looks like a rising wedge pattern. One thing I'm looking at right here, sorry my chart's a little bit squished. Watch for INFA. Today is confirmation day, but let me just see what resistance we're into here. Sorry, my charts are being so slow this morning with all the pre-market data. A lot of people are probably pulling. Zones here. Okay, and then you have a big, looks like an earnings gap down. So it might want to charge for that earnings breakdown. So you have your gap window at around 25.07, give or take. And then you have the important gap fill all the way up at 28.14. That's certainly, and then we'll mark that gap window at 25.04. So let's just see this one and what we're dealing with. Informatica. INFA. Let me just do a quick little check on this. I just want to see the market cap just to give me a relative basis as to how much it can move in a session. So it's a small cap. Well, it's a little light on average. But INFA is trading at 23.96. Again, the volume name. You can see that the volume has been phenomenally heavy. Basically, it looks as if just breakout consolidation was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days above the high breakout candle. So that's a very, very good positive for this stock. And then obviously with that peekaboo breakout yesterday, it also happened on heavier volume than usual. But again, this is based off of this volume, this consolidation. This has upside to at least the gap window, 25.04, and it will likely want to charge for that gap fill up at 28.14, but the market needs to hold up. So we'll see. It's a pretty decent find. It's a nice structure. If it pulled back into this consolidation range, I would look for a buy, and then just using, you can use this low here, which sits at about, what are we looking at, 22.70, this green bar low. Or if you want to give it a little bit less of a room to fall, you use this high volume breakout candle. So the low is at 23.15. And if you want to give it more room to run, then I think that your gap window, your gap up low of the day, sitting at around 21.49 would be your level. But personally speaking, I would wait for a little bit of a pullback because I don't have a position, but it looks poised to continue higher. I will say that it's a nice bullish consolidation, good volume analysis. So here you can see you had your gap up beyond yesterday. So interesting find. Nice find, Casey. For a quick second. So it's going to be a big gap up. My game plan is already I'm fading this gap up with some starter positions. That's my game plan. I have to fade this rally. It's way too extended and elevated for me to chase. At some point, multiples, fundamental valuations do have to play a part in this market. Obviously, with yields dropping, that's one of the big reasons why this market has rallied. You have the 2-year down 3.9, the 10-year down 3.9, the 20-year down 2.8, the dollar's down 1 whole percentage point. Oil's upticking. So it's going to be interesting to see if the market holds this. And if the market doesn't hold this rally, then it likely means we do have a near-term top. So I added to my SOXS short today, SOX, just accumulating. XPO, daily chart long entry at 85.59 with a stop at 77.44 with a price target of 99.64 with a 2-to-1 ratio. XPO Logistics, I've traded that one. Let me just see what you got in at. XPO, so 85.59. So I'll mark your entry. So you're right in around this range here. 85.59. Okay. I expect a small bounce. Wow. It's a pretty strong move from XPO. So breakout volume yesterday. The only hesitancy I have with this one so here you had your failed fake out breakdown. Boom. Rip. NVIDIA, so I have a little bit of a bigger platform here. Oh my goodness, this is actually trading at breakout levels, eh? I had no idea. Wow, I didn't realize XPO moved that high, that fast. Pretty impressive. All right, let's redo this analysis. All right, so you have an RSI divergence on the weekly. Here you have your high and your high candle. Obviously, you've broken out. I'm seeing a little bit of a broadening formation that is occurring. Your broadening formation at some point. From my experience, these broadening formations, megaphone patterns are actually bearish, but your whole and the volume is increasing on this breakout. Bulls are still in control, but I couldn't be chasing this here yet. Again, you have a divergence on the daily RSI, being the fact that here was your high, right around here. Then you made a little bit of another low on the RSI, but a lower high on the RSI. Now you're making a higher high in price action at the all-time highs, but a lower high on the RSI. So a little bit of a negative divergence, a little bit of overbought extension move. Those are the only negatives I can see for the stock. Positives, you're into new all-time highs. You have decent volume breakout. You're above a major pivot point. And the market's a little extended. That's the only negative, is that it's a little extended. But I think any retrace back down to this 80.60 could be bought. And obviously you said you're in at 85.89 with a stop loss at 77.44. So 77.44. It's basically in and around this area. Yeah, that's a decent stop, I'd say. So that's not. So here we've had that big gap up. You have the dollar big fall. Dollar's hitting technical support. Pivot, pivot, pivot. EMA 113. It's a big level. The dollar should get a little bit of a technical bounce. What does that mean? That means likely going to see the market sell off a little bit. Profit taking off of this big move. I mean, when you have the Russell at 3.5%, you're going to see profit taking. When you have the Qs at 1.7, you're going to see profit taking. So dollar into support off that big fall. Markets into resistance. Markets overbought on pretty much every metric right now. Short term, daily term. You likely will see some profit taking. Yeah, I'm looking at AMD as well. AMD looks very, very extended. Semiconductors as a whole, I mean, they have just had a whopping move to the upside. You know, AMD's still trying to get above that previous high. You're into some good pivot points over here. Could it go a little bit higher? You can, but look at this extension move. I mean, we're talking about a move from 93 all the Just wait till we see this estimation. So I'm holding a 2-4, so half a position short on the SPY already, slightly out of the money, 454.51. And I'm also shorting NVIDIA, which I'm slightly out of the money, but that's okay. Just some day trades, but the SMH is hitting this big, big gap fill. Huge gap fill. So markets will be open in 9 minutes. 9 minutes. I'm personally going to be fading it. Two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now the 11th day in a row. That's wild. ENV. Another way to play this is to buy the VIX. The VIX got absolutely slaughtered off of that fall. ENV. Okay, so high volume. Sell off, bears took control. Small cap, average volume 1.97. Okay, good. Let's see what we got. So definitely in a downtrend. Buyers have been stepping in with these multiple bounces here. Let me see if you're making a positive divergence on the RSI. So a little bit of a parallel channel there into some support. You can see you've made your high, made your low, made your high, made your low, maybe you make another high. Positive divergence, so you're making higher highs in the RSI. You actually have 1, 2, 3 higher highs. I love that. And you actually have lower lows. So that's beautiful. Earnings reported, decent. Surprise on the earnings. Revenue is a little bit of a miss. Oh, you're shorting this one. Sorry, I read that wrong. So short at 32.93. Oof, I hate shorting stocks that are this low on the chart, especially with positive divergences forming. But it doesn't mean it can't work out. So that's your COVID low. I'm just going to do a fib retrace. So my personal stop loss would be 35.07. If you recapture the 786 fib, then it likely means you could test this pivot or even the 618 fib, in my opinion. Okay, so there's no real fib zones there that are acting as support. Let me zoom in on here. So basically you have a triple pivot zone over here at 30.96 and your short entry at 32.93 with a stop at 37.06. Yeah, so you're even putting in a positive divergence on the weekly chart. I don't like this one for a short just because it's so oversold. And you are putting in a positive divergence on the daily and the weekly chart. Not saying it can't go lower. If it does go lower, I think the big bounce level is at triple bottom here at around 31 bucks, 39. I'm not sure if it gets down there, to be honest. 26.53. I mean, it certainly could, but this is getting very extended to the downside. And whenever you start seeing these bounces, it's almost slowing down the descent and it's starting to carve out a base. I actually would favor this on the long side at this point in time. Just for a quick bounce, nothing like long term. I'd be in and out. I just want to draw another trend line or something out here. Basically back to this zone here. I could see this retracing back to about 39 bucks, 40 bucks if the market holds. Don't get me wrong, it's certainly in a downtrend and you're picking on a weak name, which is good. But I'm just fearing that the downside move is almost exhausted and complete. That's just the technical view. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is actually seeing some markets set to open. I will add to my short. Basically, if we pierce, I'll just put them on my chart right now. 446.50, 447. So every 50 cents, I'll add to my SPY short. I have two more ads. So get ready for this market open. We are already shorting NVIDIA. I'm looking at Tesla for a short at gap fill. I'm flipping my trading back to regular hours. So we hold a 2/4 position on NVIDIA and a half a position on SPY. Let's get ready to rumble. Here we are. Markets are open. NVIDIA is falling. Nvidia's falling. Look at this move. All right, we're starting to see. I'm still short. The SPY is starting to push up here. Nvidia is pushing up. Testing the pre-market high on the SPY. I will add to my SPY short up here at 447. We're seeing Nvidia start to fall pretty hard here. That's great. Here we go. Here we go. We're going to be pushing some profits here on Nvidia. All right. Semis are still holding up very, very well. I want to see semis. The market resiliency in the SPY is still holding up. The Russell seeing some resistance. Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Nvidia, they're all pulling off from the highs. So the fade is on. All right, I'm covering half of my Nvidia here at 492.92, 492.92. So that's a lovely profit. And I'm going to move my stop loss to in the money. So 492, look at that gain. That is a stellar, stellar gain. Boom, $4.24 per share. That's 100 shares offload. I still hold 100 short with a stop loss now in the money. I'm going to move my stop loss on Nvidia to 496.43 and let it run. So that's a well done trade. Congrats if you caught that. We're just waiting on the SPY short now to play into perspective, but it has not done so yet. SMH is starting to fall now. Again, stop loss on Nvidia. I'm actually going to move it down to 495.78. I'm going to short Amazon 145.86. 145.86. Shorted Amazon here at 145.86. It's a 1/4 position. 1/4 position. Nvidia, we're still in the money. Took profits already on some. Still waiting on our SPY short. Whoa, big pop on Amazon here. All right, I'm going to add here at 146.42. 146.42. Just a matter of being patient with the trade. So Amazon's trying to break out here. You're above a huge support resistance zone. SPY is coming down, getting rejected. going to be 147.04. And then 147.45, basically every 40 cents or so. My average now is sitting at 146.42, slightly out of the money. Amazon is ripping. The SPY is pushing up. 447 on the SPY is my next ad level. Looking for a 1 minute close above this level on Nvidia. So I got stopped out of Nvidia here, but I will reshort it with a test of this high. Alright, I just picked up some more Nvidia shorts here, basically right at that same level. 497.26 starter position. I'm going to short the SPY at 447. Added to my position, it brings up my average to 446. Short on the SPY, we're slightly out of the money. What a rally. You're seeing Microsoft trying to break lower here, creating a little bear flag on the 1 minute chart. But the broad market is still strong. Russell's trying to push higher. So it was a nice entry on Nvidia again. Double top, we're already in the money. So I'm going to move another stop loss on Nvidia. Protect the trade, 497 stop. Amazon's coming in. Semis are still acting well. So we're slightly out of the money on Amazon. Semis are still pushing up. The Russell's trying to push up. QQQ's into some really good resistance here. Some phenomenal resistance points. So Nvidia, Amazon, SPY. Semiconductors are starting to weaken a little bit. I am seeing some selling coming in the SMH. Very minor. And wow. The Russell also looks like an interesting short, to be honest. So I just got stopped out of NVIDIA for a small gain on that position. I'm looking to retake it here. Alright, I'm shorting NVIDIA again. 4. Just give me a second here. I'll let you know once I get filled. Looking for at least a little bit of a 496. 497 would be ideal to start the position. Alright, NVIDIA's falling, Amazon's falling. So I didn't get to go in NVIDIA again yet, but I will let you know I'm watching. If NVIDIA taps that 497 again, it may be an entry. Qs are acting well. Alright, I'm short NVIDIA here at 497.23. 497.23. Starter position 1/4. Microsoft, Apple curling higher, Tesla curling higher. Get ready to add to the SPY short. We're nicely in the money on NVIDIA. Amazon's fading here. I'm about to take some profits on Amazon. 447.50 is the next ad level on SPY here. It's coming up to it. We're approaching. Alright, I'm going to take it up here. 447.38. A little bit ahead of my level. Brings the average up on this trade to 446.53. Amazon's coming in. Here we go. I'm moving my stop to this 146. Microsoft curling down, Apple. Alright, I am covering Amazon down here. Just covered Amazon at 145.85 for a nice gain. Boom. That's 2 for 2. So we're still in the money on our NVIDIA. That's coming in a little bit. Qs are acting resilient, and so is the Russell. 76.15 is a short on the Russell. Look at this fall on NVIDIA. Coming in. SPY is also coming in. So I'm going to move my stop loss down on NVIDIA to 496.24. Protect the trade. That's a whole dollar in the money. And I think we can get more. 496.24 on NVIDIA. I would love to see if it tapped that pre-market high again. It might do it, it might not. SPY is just surging. Look at this move. Let's just see the daily chart of the S&P. Tesla, NVIDIA still seeing some softening. Gap window, pivot high. Big reversal candle coming in the SPY. NVIDIA is falling sharply here. take a look at this. Nvidia is falling. All right, I'm moving my stop down on Nvidia, 495.72. This is going to be a banger. This is going to be a banger. All right, so Nvidia, we're still 495.72 is the stop. So we've closed Nvidia for already a big banger. We've closed Amazon for a wonderful, wonderful trade. We've also closed, we're deep in the money on Nvidia. We're just losing on our SPY short right now. We'll see potential higher low on Nvidia here. Microsoft. QQQ did put in a 10-minute hammer candle. SPY is pushing up some more. I'm going to add to my SPY short here at 447.57. 440. So it brings my average up to quite nicely. 447 average on SPY. So SPY just made a new high. Big reversal down though. Big reversal down there. Sellers are lurking. Just be careful. So AMD is falling, Nvidia is falling. Let's go. All right, I'm moving my stop down on Nvidia. 494.40. Look at this. We're banking huge on Nvidia. Boom, boom, boom. Another after we closed $4 and something cents on Nvidia earlier. We're basically right back at that level where we covered our initial dump, where we shorted up here, dumped, rallied, reshorted, now it's dumping. And we want to see a lower high, a lower low close. AMD, I'm going to put a in the money stop on AMD right at that 120.43 pivot. So protect the trade now, protect the trade. We're just waiting on the SPY ETF to basically break lower here. SPY is still hovering at these levels, trying to grind higher. Carvana is squeezing up 13.9%. Magnificent. Upstart up 11. Your ENV is doing, and Qs are still hanging in there at the highs. SPY is still phenomenally strong right now. So your ENV is holding up. Alright, I just got stopped on AMD for a nice gain, and I got stopped on NVIDIA for the other gain, the other half, so 2 more trades. Sorry, my thing is a little bit slow right now, it's just acting up. Let me just go back to my trades. Give me a second. Wow, look at this SPY just ripping. So I'm seeing a little bit of a divergence in tech. The SPY is ripping, making new highs. Qs are also making new highs, but it's not coming from the mega caps. Okay, I'm going to add to my SPY short here at 448. 448. Brings my average up to 447.32. So AMD looks poised to continue lower. It's getting rejected at that key neckline. The Russell's almost up 4%. Wow. Wow, the TradingView stream is actually slow today. Loading. All my other windows are okay, but the TradingView streaming window is super laggy. 175.84. I repeat, 175.84 short the Russell. Starter position, 1/4. Next ad level on Russell will be 176.15. Pre-market high, 176.15. And then 176.40. Okay, so we're starting to come in the money here. The Russell's fading. S&P is still strong. Qs are at the highs of the session. SPY short level at 448.78. Gap fill. NVIDIA is still weakening, just highs. Microsoft new high. Microsoft new high. So we're still seeing the markets grind a little bit higher here. The Russell pulling off from the highs here. You can see Nvidia's weakening despite the S&P and the Qs making new highs. Nvidia hasn't been. If Nvidia loses this level, it could see a gap window gap fill to the downside. So semis look like they may see some downside in the near term. AMD's testing that neckline break right now. Position 120.63. AMD short. Russell, we're in the money. S&P SPY, we're waiting on that to break lower, but the Russell's coming in pretty ferociously right now. I have a first support level on the Russell coming in at 175.65. 175.65. So we'll actually adjust this. All right, I'm putting an in-the-money stop on the Russell. An in-the-money stop on the Russell. We're starting to fall sharply. Lower low on Nvidia. Lower low on Nvidia. The S&P is also falling. We're almost in the money on that short trade. Still got quite a ways to go. S&P, a potential 10-minute topping tail forming. We'll know in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Russell, I just got, nope, haven't been stopped out yet. And we're still looking at AMD on the short side. Big drop on AMD, nice drop on AMD. I'm putting an in-the-money stop at 120.54, about 9 cents protection in the money. Just got stopped out on the Russell for a small gain. So that's good to see. I'm still seeing weakness in the semiconductor space. Tesla may be wanting to come down. Microsoft, Apple still holding okay. Big drop on AMD, 120. I'm moving my stop down to 120.38. AMD's dropping. AMD's dropping big here. It's at 120. This chart's delayed. This chart is delayed. It's at 120.11. 120.25. Boom. All right, we just look at this. So Nvidia is now catching a bounce at the EMA 113. So that's now 5 winners so far on the session. 5 winners. We got stopped out. 120.63 was our level on AMD. IWM, I am interested. If we get a little bit more of a bounce here, creating a potential right shoulder, I will short the Russell again. So AMD is starting to fade a little bit more. New lows under them. I'm actually interested in a QQQ short up here. If we can tap 385, I will short the Qs again. And I'm looking at a Russell short again. Alright, I'm shorting the Russell here again. 175.92 starter position. 175.92 starter position. Look at AMD go. If you caught that short with me, congratulations. Definitely subscribe to my Trading Capital subscription service where I have a little bit of a Discord that I run, post daily analysis videos, weekly sector reviews, major insider trade alerts, buy, sell entries, profit targets, the whole 9 yards. So we're short again on the Russell. Short again on the Russell. And we're still holding our SPY short, which we're slightly. I mean, you did get a doji candle. It's not a topping tail, but you do have two topping tails on the QQQ. So since we're out of that, I'll show you the QQQ and look at this little bit of a head and shoulders forming on the Russell. Intraday head and shoulders forming. This is a high probability of playing out since we're at the highs of the intraday session. Very high probability of playing out. Head and shoulders at the highs have a very strong, much stronger chance of playing out. And look, it takes you right. The Qs tapped at 385 level. That was the short level on the Qs to inch in. 385 was the level on the Qs. Here we go. So the Russell's now falling. The Russell is now falling. QQQ, we're in the money, 30 cents. I'm going to put a stop loss on the Qs now at 384.90. 10 cents protection. 10 cents protection on the Qs. The Russell, we're in the money. So now I'm also going to protect that trade. Very tight stop loss at 175.88. Basically 4 cents. Microsoft's curling down a little bit. Tesla's still holding most of its gains. AMD broke that 120 level, so congrats if you shorted that. So we're short the Qs here with a stop loss in the money. Stop loss on the Qs just got tagged at 384.90. Stop loss on the Qs just got tagged. The Russell is still holding up. We're still in the money. So this is another short trade here on the Qs. If we get above, AMD is just faltering. The Russell is trying to break this bear flag. Let's see if it triggers this neckline break. Qs, if we get above that 385, there I'm shorting it. So the Russell's about to trigger this head and shoulders. Target down here high at 175.86. So we're protecting it by 8 cents. The Qs, we are short at that 385.03 level. No stop loss in place. I repeat, no stop loss in place. NVIDIA testing the lows, looking to go potentially negative on the session. That's big for NVIDIA. Now, so the Russell did trigger that head and shoulders, or it's about to. So we got that clean break of that neckline. We'll know in 1 minute if this triggers. And then you still have that same pattern on the Qs also potentially triggering. So here's you have your left shoulder, your head, your right shoulder. And you can argue that you have triggered it about to. Downside of this measured move takes you to about If you trigger it using that neckline, takes you to about there, 383. So we'll see. Russell has definitely triggered, though. Russell has definitely triggered. So Tesla's starting to come down a bit. Website up here where I have a Telegram group, Discord, post trade alerts, insights, buy sell alerts, exits, insider trading. Alright, so the QQQ is coming up to test this level. The Russell's trying to recapture that neckline, but not being able to do so just yet. Still got denied. That's good that it got denied. And the more of this right shoulder that we form, the more bearish I become on the Qs. The S&P is moving up though, so that's what's really helping this market. So you're seeing the broad indices rally. All right, SPY is looking like a short up here, 448.40. Just getting a phone call. Just give me 1 second. Alright, so we're back here in action. We got stopped out on the Russell trade for a small gain. I actually am looking at shorting it again up here. Just waiting for a little bit of a lower high to take place. Qs are rallying back, trying to close above here. I'm going to short the Qs up here, 385.55. Nvidia, Microsoft, Tesla still acting well. Amazon's acting well. Oil's climbing. Natural gas is still weak. Bitcoin's actually faded. Surprisingly not, Bitcoin was positive, but it faded. So we're short the Qs. Russell, I'm still looking to short, but it's looking very strong, like it wants to move a little bit higher. So Qs, we are short. Let's see what else we can get here. One of the reasons we're short the Qs is you've done a full retrace of this hammer candle that we just put in. The dollar's still creeping lower, so you've had two hammer candles on the Qs. You've done a full retrace. It'll be interesting to see if we get a 10-minute close above. We'll know in 7 minutes and 47 seconds on the Qs. So we'll leave that be right there. The next resistance point lies on the Russell 1 minute. So it's looking like if we get a move all the way up to here, we can potentially short it. And then the next add level will be up in around this 176.80 level. Still holding Qs. Bitcoin's falling. Bitcoin is falling right now. Alright, so the Russell's approaching our next add level. Let's see how this market shapes up. We are grinding though. We are continuing to grind. 77 SMA. IWM's about to hit the next add level. So looking like we may close underneath that tail. Alright, I just added to my IWM up here. So that brings my average up to 176.62. Alright, so the Russell is continuing to move up. The next ad level on the Russell short, so we have a half position short, is going to be basically, so we did it 176.80, 177.07, or this top of this trend line. That 10-minute topping tail. We're still short at 385.55. 10-minute topping tail is holding as of now. 1 minute hanging man on the Russell. 1 minute hanging man candle on the Russell. Small caps are continuing. Russell's continuing to squeeze. QQQ actually closed above, so that's a little bit of a bullish close for the Qs. Now we wait for confirmation. So if we get above that 385.95, we'll again at 40 cents. Those are the next two ad levels to the short position. Super extended. Russell still approaching. $177.24 is a huge resistance on the Russell. We'll also add there if we have to. Nvidia is still climbing. Apple lost the 7-day EMA, starting to curl downward on the 3-minute chart. So we'll see if Apple starts to roll over. What does that mean for the rest of tech? Microsoft could be putting in a head and shoulders pattern on the 1-minute chart. It's too early to tell. All right, so we're starting to see the Russell weaken a little bit. Apple's starting to look a little bit weaker. IWM starting to roll. We're in the money on our Qs, out of the money on our IWM, out of the money on our SPY. The Russell's up 4.53%. I don't know when last we saw that much of a move. Wow, the semiconductors are testing a new high in the overall cycle, this uptrend cycle.
made my tweet earlier. I said what I said.
This is getting his new invoice.
I can't fucking believe it, man.
What? They canceled?
Yeah, man. Fuck, like, I was banking on it. They said 4 to 5 hours. Like, okay, at least it's a couple $100.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck me, man.
Fortunate, but
Watch AMD here at 122. This is a really big spot.
Alright, so we just added to the IWM short here at 177.13. Brings it up to 176.84 there. QQQs are approaching next resistance. QQQs are approaching next resistance. If we pierce 177.24, that's the final add. Average is 176.99. Qs are almost approaching that next add level. We'll just have to see from there. Alright, so we're starting to see the Russell pull in a little bit. Qs are still fighting this reversal hammer candle. You got that 10-minute close above. You haven't confirmed though. Russell saw a heavy volume sell there, creating a little bit of a lower low on the 1-minute chart with a little bit of an engulfing candle. So this might mark the high in the Russell today. That might mark the high. All right, so it's starting to come in. It looks like this topping tail may be holding. The Russell's still squeezing and trying to move higher. A little bit of a doji candle in the 10 minutes, but it doesn't mean anything yet. A little bit of a no divergence is playing out yet on the smaller term time frames. You did get a 5-minute hanging man a couple candles ago, 10 minutes ago, so we could see some profit taking occurring at these levels. Don't be surprised if we do. Microsoft has a potential head and shoulders pattern, has not triggered yet on the 1-minute chart. If it does trigger, which it's testing the neckline very, very soon, the downside target takes you to about 369 intraday, so it's a couple dollar drop from current levels. Q is seeing weakness. Russell may be a bear flag forming, but every little dip has been bought this far. The S&P is still trading up at the highs, 449.09, but also lofty. Still short both. I'm looking for previous consolidative downside. Microsoft as well. Potential.
Thank you, Colin. Appreciate you, bro.
The Russell. Don't know when it was up 4.79% last time. Qs are coming down. Could even still mean it's up substantially on the session. All right. Microsoft is looking interesting here. So if Microsoft does trigger this head and shoulders on the 1 minute area, Microsoft's trying to hold up. So take a look at this 1 minute chart on Microsoft. Microsoft's still curling, hammering on the neckline right now, piercing. Nvidia is looking a little more vulnerable. SPY is starting to sell off. The Russell still holding strong, but actually reversing. This chart is delayed. Forgive me, the stream on TradingView is delayed. Looks like by about 5 seconds or so. I guess the latency for TradingView is a little bit risky. So this is the head and shoulders I've been talking about on Microsoft. And we're testing this neckline. Again, these charts are delayed because of the stream. My mic was muted there. I totally forgot. So I exited Tesla calls at that 234.30 level, and I just added to my IWM up here at 177.44, which brings my average up to 177.24. So our 236 calls we banked on nicely. Microsoft got a close above its neckline, therefore negating the head and shoulders. SPY is at that new high of day. Qs potentially head and shoulders on the Qs. Looking to short 385.59. It's a 1/4 position. So what I'm looking at on the Qs now is a potential head and shoulders. 385.59. Short the Qs. So the Russell, we're still out of the money. QQQ, we just started that short. This could be a head and shoulders. Time will tell. That would be a pretty big one if it is. Tesla's still pushing up. So if you're holding those Tesla calls, good for you. Those 236s could get in the money in within like 10 to 20 minutes.
PLTR, December 1st. Mikey, what strike did you get in? 22.
Microsoft's being rejected at that neckline again.
Scaling. Got itself some.
Despite the S&P making a higher high, the SMH has not. Oh, Tesla pumping. It's at 235. Those 236 calls are almost in the money. Qs are coming down. Huge. QQQ is finding some hard rejection here. Although Tesla still looking poised to move higher, but the market's super extended. You're up over almost 5% on the Russell, almost 2.19 on the Qs, SPY 2.12. It's not like we weren't extended going into this rally. Just give me 1 second. I have another phone call. Alright, so the Qs are starting to roll over here. We'll see if it triggers that head and shoulders. NVIDIA failed breakout of its inverted head and shoulders for now. Microsoft being rejected. Apple's coming down a little bit. Tesla's still diverging percent today. Alright, so QQQ head and shoulders on watch. Let's see if we get that trigger. I'm going to move my stop loss now down to 385.17. So we shorted up here. Nice move down. If only they operate, we would be looking pretty poised here. But mega caps are starting to sell here. They are starting to sell. Congratulations. So really, we've closed quite a few winners on NVIDIA. For the move that the IWM has had, I would not be surprised if it gives back, and comes all the way back down to this gap fill at 176. Still screaming higher. I think we better go to the weekly chart to see some resistance points now in the Russell. So if we look at the Russell, let me just see what's going on now. Wow. I mean, it's just blasting through so many resistance points. It's actually insane. It's in squeeze mode. It's 178.09, so a pierce of 178. Tesla's starting to falter now, so that's going to weigh in on the Qs. Tesla has been probably one of the strongest mega caps. It actually is up there. It is the strongest mega cap today.
Most ridiculous, man.
I know 180 calls are at 138.88. Scale here. Q and paper.
Still acting well. Apple's starting to sell a lot harder, which is why the Qs are breaking down. So Apple's only up 1% now. The high on Apple was 187.72, so it's given back almost more than $1 at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean that.
Do you see the M showing there on Q?
Q did a little more.
Yeah, look at that same double top from this morning at 10:05. Beautiful head shoulder.
IWM new high. Still an IWM, and then that's no more shorts on that index. So
You could tell when I did this earlier, shorting in a positive gamma environment is a big no-no unless you're hedging calls.
Interesting ways there. All right, so.
neckline retest on the Qs here. Neckline retest on the Qs. Grab the chargers.
PayPal, $57 call.
QQQ rejection in play.
Yeah, it's got a level of 186.45.
No, wait, really?
I know I saw it.
You're so funny.
Yeah, they got to catch the play for sure.
Yeah. It makes no sense. Market that's what was the negative
It's not even down, right?
All right, so we're still watching the Qs. We're still in this Russell short. Just watching things close.
It in the direction up and down, right?
All right, Russell's coming down.
Like digestion period for that session. No, we did.
Let's see the AVGO chart. AVGO.
The overnight is 226. A half gap. Maybe do that like half.
Got you. You're so warm. Going in. It's going in. Going in.
Inversely, like the direction of the gap, but yeah, put some system rules together.
Happy I picked up those shares like today. It's now. I got some left here. $5 to spend.
Jordan, I just go to my day trade channel, whatever. Yeah. I'm not looking at like one of those posts. I actually have the first post this morning. Those
Changing.
Dude, I just got a call. The calls I was looking at yesterday. The calls I was looking at yesterday. The fucking one of those, they're up over 20. He's only up like, yeah. He's got to be like 30K right now or more. I mean, it's great. It's great for the management. There's also like another 10% of your common stocks and then
Totally forgot it. Yeah.
that's what make people give that much. I feel like 20K is like exactly. Like we say, it's fine. Good to right when you got at least put that between 1 and 3%. That's how it should be.
The times that I've seen people make the most poor decisions, not after their last.
It's not even that is a big one.
Yeah.
You size up.
because you become invincible, right?
Yeah. You got to
Cues, and you have to be mindful of that. And semis are trying to break down a little bit more now.
The listener, he's still on here. He said he's up 38,000 so far with 50 contracts.
That's insane. I'm not here to tell anybody what to do, but if that's an absurd amount of money for you, you know what we're gonna say. Yeah, you know what we're gonna say. And just smart what you're doing.
All right, so market's new low on the Qs there from that head and shoulders break. We are starting to break a little bit lower here.
We're sitting on 30, that's fine, right? I would be swinging my 10 up.
Right now the Qs, so mega cap tech should weigh in on this market, but if you get Russell, any profit taking is up 5%. If you start to see this fall, you could see a sharp move down coming in the major indices.
Alright, Apple puts are up.
I can see people might be thinking short on SPY here. For me, it's not going to convert unless we get nice volume through that 449.
Yep.
No, SPY still looks.
So if we keep holding that, yeah, if we keep holding this 449, we're good.
The only thing that looks decent for puts is QQQ. Other than that, like I could do them in SPY. This is just a buy and dip kind of scenario right now.
Again, I mean, just look at why Qs is moving down. Oh, you got the lower high. And SPY doesn't have it yet. It's something. It's very slow.
Apple's going lower.
Potential head and shoulders forming on the SPY as well.
Not look good.
That
Yeah, Apple kind of good short today.
won't be good for the market if SPY starts forming a head and shoulders. It'll drag everything. So we're still holding Q short, we're still holding IWM short. IWM, I'm doing a final add to my position up at this 178 Pierce. That is the level that I have on watch. But new high testing on IWM.
Just I will. For the Qs, you're kind of like retesting. After you do it, you're retesting your one. Yeah, true. You are. So that's what I'm
You do have a 10-minute.
I think we're still gonna get good run.
What's the minimum amount to expect? Because I'm not a team with the balance.
Is it 50, Evan? Got over 30 and 50%. 50, but 95%.
Alright, so maybe a double top on IWM, but you still don't have a lower high in place. Volume increased substantially on that candle. So you just want to be mindful of that. Qs are pushing. SPY is trying to push a little bit.
You should still be in the contact.
Alright, get ready on that 170 on IWM up here. Alright, 178 Pierce, I will be adding. 178 Pierce. Right at this orange line. Alright, there it is. 178 tap. I just added at that 178 tap. One position. You know, surprisingly, with this big rally, the VIX isn't down much. Down only 4.2%. And the Russell's up 5, SPY's up 2, Q's up 2. Interesting. Russell's coming down a little bit. Wow, look at Fisker. I didn't even see this one. What a drop on earnings. Jeepers. I guess earnings were before. Wow. Craziness. Head and Shoulders has triggered on Microsoft still. There's a couple Head and Shoulders in play. 2 Head and Shoulders to be exact. NVIDIA may be potentially forming a Head and Shoulders on the 2-minute chart. SMH is coming down a little bit, pulling off of the highs. Look at that EMA tap, 113. That was where we added. So that's the only other resistance point. SPY has triggered a Head and Shoulders. Potential lower high coming in play. I'm going to add to my SPY short. I'm adding to my SPY short here, 449.27. 449.27 to 448.15. So we're slightly out of the money on the Qs and the SPY right now, which should come in the money on our Q short with an in the money stop loss protection in place. NVIDIA selling a little bit more. Apple's holding up. Tesla's holding up. NVIDIA's coming down. So a nice sell program coming in the markets. Really good. AMD breaking down a little bit, having some profit taking. So we're shorting all of the indices as of now. Basically flat on our Russell, in the money on our Qs, out of the money substantially on our SPY short, unfortunately. that's okay because we've made it on the back end of the Qs, the NVIDIA short. So we're down about $1 on our SPY short. The dollar, a little bit of a negative divergence. You did put a 10-minute topping tail in the Russell. So that 10-minute topping tail happened on extreme volume. That is a hammer candle. That is a decent sized hammer reversal candle. NVIDIA coming a little bit lower now. Apple's catching a small bid, higher low potential.
So that level earlier that I mentioned was 186, 0.45. Apple bounced at 186.41, so it's really big spot. Just found an hourly support, or it was an hourly resistance. This would be the test today of looking into support. We did that this morning at 10:30, and then again until they want to get it almost.
Tesla's really, really trying.
I know, it's pissing me off, but it's okay. I got time. And it's a small size.
Oh, I'm not even yet.
Natural gas is breaking down some more. Oil's still holding a potential head and shoulders, so that might be a short trade setup as well. I'm just going to continue to trade these indices since they're super, super elevated. But natural gas is triggering an hourly head and shoulders pattern. You break the 320, basically 325 neckline and a downside target of about, let me just measure this out. So yeah, I mean, you make a downside move to about 313, which happens to be a gap fill on the chart. So that's very, very probable and likely. Very, very probable and likely. Little mic due to Apple. Tesla surging up to 235. Wow, look at that big surge in Tesla. SE down 18.9%, FSR down 22. Some massive, massive movers. Plug Power up 21%. Holy smokes. Plug Power.
35 first. And it doesn't extend to 245. Okay, keep selling my side.
380. QQQ is doing that retest of the head and shoulders. I'm going to maybe accumulate some shorts here, just waiting for one more potential final push-up because Microsoft is getting a nice little push. Tesla's coming back down. So get ready to short the Qs again. So after we stopped out here at 380, actually the stop loss triggered at 385.19. So it was a nice 40-cent gain. Tap of this trend line. All right, I'm shorting the Qs 385.29. 385.29. We are short the Qs again. And if we come up into this level, this 385.40 appears to that, I may add. Spider head and shoulders has been negated. Qs are finding some resistance. Indeed they are. IWM right back up. SPY head and shoulders still technically in play. We're just waiting for that right shoulder development. All right, Q's getting rejected off of that neckline. That's how we wanted it to respond off of that level. That's good to see. High. Here's another higher high. Lower high might be forming off of that 10-minute topping tail. QQQ's holding up. Russell's still trying to move up a little bit. Bleeding the break lower through semiconductor weakness. Remember, NVIDIA is a bellwether stock. Even AVGO, which is the heaviest weighting semiconductor in the SMH, has a strong hourly reversal, but it is a potential lower high. Now what we do, boom, Russell will be the next one. We are in the money. SPY is breaking down, triggering a head and shoulders. Target is 484.40. 484.40. Let's do this. Let's see this break. And what I think can happen is if we actually draw I think this is where we're going. EMA 113 at the minimum on the Qs here. Let's drop it. Let's drop it. Divergence on the dollar. Dollar should be getting a pop soon. Here we go. We're nice and deep in the money. I'm going to move my stop down a little bit to 385. So we're nice and deep in the money. 385.03 stop on this QQQ short. Russell's about to break down even more. S&P's falling. Let's see what we can get here. All right, I'm moving the stop loss down. Keep trailing it. Keep trailing it. Keep trailing it. So 384.99. We're locking in 30 cents per share on the QQQs. Let's do this. Let's frickin' go. I have been handing you winner after winner. I think we've up to 7 wins on this live stream. Day trading, and they've been pretty big. A couple NVIDIA shorts, a Tesla call, a few QQQ shorts. The Russell's been our biggest paying trade along with the S&P, but now we're in the money. We're in the money on the Russell. And I mean, the Russell's still up 4.87%. We got room to fall, baby. Let's watch this market fall. Look at this Q. Russell's falling. SPY's falling. Here comes the profit targets. Protect the Russell trade now. Oh, look at this Q. Look at this Q. All right, I'm covering half of my Qs here. I just covered half at 384.49 for a banger of a trade. We caught that high pivot. Look at that. Boom. Russell. I'm going to protect the Russell. 177.39. I'm leaving runners on the Qs. I'm leaving runners on the Qs. My new stop loss on the Qs, the second half of the Q trade is going to be 384.79. All right, so stop loss, hard stop 384.79. Russell stop loss is 177.40. I think this can fall much, much more though. Let's see if we get another leg lower. This will be the pivot zone to reshort on the Qs if it makes it up there. You're hitting the 113 on the 1 minute. But Microsoft still has downside to 368.89 based off of its head and shoulders pattern. NVIDIA is also falling. Semiconductors are falling. That was a nice sharp move down. Congrats if you caught that. Well done. Please hit the like button, subscribe. Definitely check out my Trading Capital channel. You know, I'll trade. Banger of a trade. Okay. 7 winners. I'm still holding my... I may adjust it to a hard stop though. But what a move on the Qs. That was stellar. And I mean, we're still up huge. 1.98. We could fall. The Russell's still up 5%. I'm going to hold this baby. All right, I just stopped out of the Russell. I'm looking to re-short it though on a retrace since we now have that lower high in place. We come up and test. Still holding half the Qs. I still have a SPY short in play. Pre-market highs all the way down to 446.80. That's an area that we could even test as well. So we banked on the Russell. Russell's looking to fall some more. Nvidia's catching a bounce with semis. So now let's look for some new trade setups here. You know, I'm looking for where brands getting squeezy on us. So Microsoft, Tesla, Nvidia look to be coming down. Amazon's coming down again. Apple's coming up. All right, super high risky here, but I'm looking at some Carvana shorts. We're up quite substantially on Carvana, 17.5%. 17.5%. This is super high risky because it is a short squeeze Canada. I'm shorting Carvana here, 4th position. Here, 33.64. 33.64. Starter position. Qs are still coming down. We're still holding that second half. I did get stopped out of the Russell, which is still coming down. I do believe it has more. I'm looking to re-short the Carvana team. Here comes Carvana. Let's look at this daily chart of Carvana just so we can identify some support. Look at Carvana triggering this head and 113 as well. So big resistance. SPY is breaking down. The SPY is breaking down. Qs are coming in for some more sell side pressure. Microsoft is leading the charge to the downside. Big dump coming in on the SPY and Qs. Russell also breaking down, now trading at 177.13, still up 4.7% on the session. Things are getting interesting, people, really interesting. If you look at respectively where we are trading in the indices, this move is insane, absolutely wonky. It just really identifies how crazy our markets are. I mean, for us to have rallied this big off of a CPI print that came in 0.1% lower. Oh, new lows on the Qs, new lows. All right, so we adjust our stop loss now to 384.54. This is the second half. Look at this parallel channel. This is a thing of beauty. I still have a downside target of 384 based off of this head and shoulders that triggered on the Qs. But you are getting a bounce. All right, Carvana's retracing. Carvana looks to be retracing. We're still short Carvana, SPY, which our average is at 448.38. So we're about 10 cents out of the money here. Carvana, I want to protect the break-even stop loss. I repeat, a break-even stop loss on Carvana. I do think that we get more downside, but we're approaching the first little support level, which is this white trend line. Pattern that can identify a downside target as of yet, other than the fact that we had a little bit of a break in the RSI divergence there, and it's extremely overbought. So Carvana, if you caught that with us, excellent job. We're in the money 20 cents. 20 cents. I have 1,000 shares. I want more though. Maybe I'm being greedy. Maybe it's prudent to trim, but I think we can get more. Based off of this gap up, let's see what a fib retrace. The minimum fib retrace would put us at roughly 32.77. That's what I want. That's what I want. 32.77. It looks like Microsoft's tagging the inverted head and shoulders target. Can it go negative and fill the gap? That would be stellar. Imagine if that happens on Microsoft. We warned you about Microsoft. It triggered the head and shoulders. We are falling now. Microsoft is making new lows on the day after its gap up, hitting the short-term moving average. Microsoft is falling. Triggered that head and shoulders. The downside target is met, but now it looks like it wants to fill that gap fill. And if Microsoft goes flat to negative in this market rally, it just shows you, okay, maybe the top is in this market, because Microsoft has been the bellwether stock of this recent rally. It made new all-time highs. One of the only magnificent stocks that made new all-time highs. Apple did not, Nvidia did not, Tesla did not, Amazon did not, Meta did not, but Microsoft did. Qs are coming down. All right, we're going to adjust a stop loss on Carvana to in the money now. The trade, hard stop, no question about it. Carvana's still falling. If you were able to catch this, yet again, another, not meaning to brag here, but we have just been banking. I'll recap the trades. We've done 2 Nvidia shorts, 2 QQQ shorts, 1 SPY short, 1 IWM short. Out of the Qs here on the second half at that 384.54 hard stop. All right, so it's approaching quickly. 384.77 is the first short level. 384.77. Carvana's retracing to the breakout zone here. A massive hourly reversal candle forming. If you want to be more conservative, we wait till this 384.91 on the Qs. But I think that big jump. Qs are getting, we are prepared to do it right here at this level. $384.77, 1/4 position. All right, I'm going to lower it a little bit more actually. 20 cents in the money. So we're in the money 20 cents. And we're short the Qs again. Go, let's do this. We are short the Qs again. 1/4. We're in the money heavily. This is exactly what I like to see. Qs getting that bounce, retracing. Look at that. We're already pulling off some profits here. The Russell's trying to bounce along with the S&P. QQQ rolling over heavy here. This is what we want to see. This is what we want to see. QQQ is rolling heavy. Bitcoin's still negative. Eli Lilly's negative. Carvana's trying to catch a bounce here. Carvana is trying to catch a bounce. All right, so what we're going to do now is put a break-even stop loss on the Qs. Break-even stop loss on the Qs. I'm lowering my Carvana stop now. 33.38, so 24 cents in the money. 24 cents in the money. Let's go. Let's go. Boom. Look at this. All right, stop loss on Q. The downside target I have is all the way over here on the Qs. Look at this. It may even slice through that and hit pre-market highs. This is acting phenomenally well. Look at Carvana. We're deep in the money. SPY trade, we're almost in the money as well. Russell keeps falling. Carvana keeps falling. They're selling this market. If Microsoft fills that gap to the downside and actually goes negative, that's a telltale sign. I think it may happen. Mark my words here, guys. If you're listening live, mark my words. Microsoft may go negative today. Most people are probably thinking, that's absolute lunacy. That's crazy. Mark my words. I think Microsoft, just based off of the structure of the sell-off and what is transpiring, I think Microsoft goes negative. I may eat my words. Moving stop loss down on Carvana. 33.20. 33.20. We're almost at target. Remember I said I want that fib retrace? That 32.78. We're almost there. Look at this straight selling. Woohoo! Let's go! Let's go! Carvana! Pay us, pay us, pay us. Making money with trading capital. Let's go. Please like this video. Share this video. Take a look on my website at tradingcapital.com. Sorry, I apologize. Not even had it wrong. Sorry, tradingcapital.ca. Take a look at my website, tradingcapital.ca. I had my website wrong. I was so hyped up about these trades. Just so used to putting .com. My apologies, guys. Tradingcapital.ca, where I have a Discord service. I post swing trades, day trades, insider down on the Qs to that Y. SPY. We had a full position on the SPY. I covered it. I just covered my 448.03 for a small gain on the SPY. Out a small gain of about 12 cents a share. But I wanted to cover that one because that was a full position on the SPY and we were holding it a little bit longer than I anticipated. So beautiful trades today. We have closed quite a few winners. We closed our QQQ. We exited our SPY short, which was our biggest pain trade. We're now shorting plug at 409 PLUG. Covered our Carvana, so we're about 8 of 9 today on the session. I am seeing a bear flag form on Microsoft. Mark my words, I think Microsoft goes negative today. Mark my words, Microsoft I think goes negative today. And that's the bellwether stock of this rally. Amazon's coming down. Tesla, I'm looking at a long entry if we get a retrace. So we are short plug right now at 409. It's a 1/4 position. But please, if you've profited, I mean, we've banked 8 winners on this day trade on the stream, 1 loser. Definitely give me a follow. Twitter, my website. So we're shorting PLUG. We did cover Carvana. Potential bearish setup forming in the Qs. The Russell's coming back down some more. But massive, massive wins so far, which is always nice to see. And it's currently Tuesday. The dollar's starting to curl up a little bit, so the markets haven't had any headwinds yet from dollar yields during this recent rally. And if the dollar starts to curl up and gain a little bit of its lost momentum, we could see more pressure applied to this market. And you have to think that the Russell, when last did it have a 5% move of this nature? The Russell has not had a 5% move, and I don't know, I'd have to go back on the charts quite substantially. So Nvidia is consolidating bearishly under the 1-minute EMA 113. So that's never a healthy sign. Bearish consolidation can result in lower price action for Nvidia. Apple's curling up, which is why the markets are starting to catch a little bit of a bounce. Amazon's weak, so plug power. And I still have more downside on the Qs to 383. And then that inverted head and shoulders will be completed. Or sorry, the remarkable rally, that's for sure. And with yields collapsing today, shows a lot of people are buying bonds as a form of protection against potentially a slowing economy and lowering inflation. Bearishly, Apple's the one that's pushing. Apple should be hitting some near-term resistance momentarily. So I'm looking at another QQQ short if we pop up back to that same potential level. Plug power is moving up off of our level, potentially creating a head and shoulders. We can watch and we can see how it plays out. There's also a gap fill off of this left shoulder pivot. SPY's breaking down a little bit more now. QQQ, potential bear flag breaking. New little low on the SPY ETF. Potential head and shoulders about to trigger on plug power. Downside target takes you to 388. So we are short plug. Dollar's trying to curl up. You know what? I'm going to short the GDX as well, I think. Gold.
What happened, Mikey? Remember those puts I called out earlier?
All right. Another trade setup here. GDX. I'm about to short the GDX here at 28.23. Short GDX. 28.23.
I got fucking lucky, that's all I can say.
140. So I'm still watching the Qs. The SPY on my other screen. Russell's heading lower. SPY's trying to bounce, but also looking weak to trend lower. The QQQs putting in a bear flag to head lower. Why am I shorting this GDX? Well, you have your high, your high, your high, lower high, lower high. So the trend is weakening. And if we break this neckline, gold a little bit. Where else will we short GDX and add to the position? Right at the double top with it. Can potentially bank another 2 winners here. Let's not get carried away, but we have banked tremendously. Please check out my website at tradingcapital.ca, where you'll be able to find a whole host of info selling and everything else that I can think of in between.
Pretty extensive, yeah, huh? It's a big one right here. Now we're just C's. Lululemon, Toll Brothers, K2, Uber, Walmart, that was on here. 102. Who up that PCA 6?
All right, so the market's trying to push up a little bit more now. Strength in tech, QQQ, trying to push up. Russell's still weakening. S&P is catching a little bit of a bounce. So this is where I think we're starting to see some flow of money out of small caps back into mega cap tech.
Ooh, I take that back. Could do better. You know, in some, we just wanted to trade.
Plugs at our entry, so is GDX.
I'm still not going to trade that. I don't really take definitely trade. Yeah, and for you, it's tough because you have to manually put that shit in. Since you're not actually trading, you don't have the contract like copy and paste pulled up, you know? Yeah. Like in the money.
So Nvidia is pushing up here, lifting tech. So is Tesla, AVGO. So semiconductors are catching a bid here in the market. Semiconductors are.
Tesla struggled to get over that level from the daily. I put it up this morning. Pre-market at 234.58. It's a
So we've been going now for a few hours here. And we've provided so much alpha, so many winners, about 8 winners. We're still in 2 more trades right now. 1 loser, 8 winners. It's a pretty good success ratio for today. So please check out my website, tradingcapital.ca. If you're interested in learning, all I try to do here is teach, continue to provide ample information to help navigate these markets. Why am I shorting the GDX now? Well, I'm seeing oil consolidating bullishly off of the 200 daily MA. I'm seeing the market starting to fade a little bit. I'm also seeing an extremely oversold dollar with a positive divergence occurring, which means that we should start to see at least a little bit of a retest of the 105.50 area on the dollar. And if we start seeing the dollar uptick, it's not only going to put pressure on gold, but miners itself and the market itself. So it's kind of that double headwind for the mining stocks. Right now we're flat. We're slightly out of the money on Plug. Plug, I believe, is putting in a potential head and shoulders on the 3-minute chart here to head lower. The S&P is putting in a little bit of a consolidation pattern, but QQQ is looking bearish on the 5-minute, 10-minute, 3-minute to potentially move lower to the 384 level. So again, please subscribe. Please follow me on TradingView. You can follow me on Twitter. I also provide a lot of valuable information and charts on Twitter. My Twitter handle is Trading1Capital, the number 1. I'll type it in the description here. Trading1Capital. And again, it's all free. You can like, you can comment, you can disagree, you can agree. You can make fun of my charting, you can make fun of it, but at the end of the day, this live stream, we've closed 8 winners, 1 loser. You can't argue with making money. Many people can make money many different ways in this market, and that's totally cool. I'm always open to learning more because so many different strategies out there, and the more tools you have will make yourself a better and more successful investor and trader. I am seeing a potential head and shoulders forming on AMD chart, the absolutely phenomenally strong as well, heading into this this rally, or this recent market rally period. So if AMD starts to falter, then that's going to put some headwinds on the SMH. Keep AMD, NVIDIA, and AVGO on watch. AVGO is at new all-time highs, trying to press that $1,000 mark. But will it do it? Time will tell. Time will certainly tell. All right, the dollar's starting to curl up a little bit more here. A tiny, tiny bit more. The Russell's catching a bounce. I like the Russell for a short. A starter short on the Russell. If it retraces back, I'll call it out. I will call it out. I don't really like any longs here at the moment. Tesla was the only one that I was watching for a long setup, but we never officially got that retrace. Maybe some semiconductors, but again, they're so lofty right now with where the market is trading. You're getting a big bounce on the Qs, big bounce on the SPY, big bounce on the Russell.
Let's short on the SPY until it triggers over these EMAs. Let's do it.
So SPY is consolidating. Time will tell if it will.
Still looking pretty constructive, just holding up.
This is 418. That'll be a half a position. All right, so SPY is trying to break out of a mini 1-minute bull flag. It's trying. Got some top wicks forming. QQQ downside still has not hit, but I'm interested in shorting the Qs at 384.91. 384.91. And the Russell, I'll call out both if I see the trade. As of now, we're just waiting patiently. Waiting patiently.
Do a QQQ contest. I'm going to throw it back up top for anybody that wants to enter that. I think it ends at 2 o'clock Eastern, so make sure you get your prediction in by
Getting close to that time where you want to get a full yes.
So NVIDIA and semis are trying to push back up again.
Oh yeah, it's been fighting all day.
I'm in those calls, Mikey, at $30.
So GDX is trying to move up. The dollar is getting rejected off of this level. So we may not see the upside. We will see what happens. But Apple's looking decent. Apple's actually looking decent for a long trade, all the way up to about 187.50-ish. So keep Apple on watch. NVIDIA's trying to move up.
I sold those Ubers. I got shaken out of them. So fucking pissed, but PayPal was a straight banger.
What's Uber on the daily? Oh, that daily is so sexy. Oh yeah.
All right, so Nvidia's pushing up some more now. So are the Qs. So is the SPY. We're hitting a short zone very, very quickly. SPY's hitting some near-term resistance here. EMA 113 is in play. Qs, get ready to short the QQQ. Get ready to short the QQQ. All right, SPY is finding some hard resistance here. GDX is potentially putting in a bear flag plug. We're still slightly out of the money. That's okay though. I'm seeing a bear flag potentially triggering on Microsoft, but Apple's strong, so they kind of negate each other. Apple chart and Microsoft chart are basically looking like the opposite right now. All right, so we're in the money on this GDX. Still made a higher low, but Microsoft has not. All right, IWM's coming up here. Looking for that 50% retrace move. Bitcoin's still negative. This is a big inflection point for the semis here too. So the semis could either have 384.77. Short the Qs. This pivot bounce. So this was your support. This is now your resistance. Dollar's heading lower, so that's not good for our GDX. So the dollar's making a new low, but GDX still hasn't made a higher high. So a little bit of a negative divergence occurring. I'm watching GDX on my other screen. Again, we added to plug up here. 418. All right, big bounce coming in the markets here. Next ad level on the Qs is 385.09. So we're just sitting here patiently. AMD, watching AMD for downside. AMD could be triggering a head and shoulders.
Google's about to hit its first target up here. They're already up. find the bottom on Google today. Let's see.
Still watching GDX. We're on the short side. We're short the Qs and we're short plug. Slightly in the money on the Qs, out of the money on plug, basically flat on GDX. All right, and next ad level on next ad level on the Qs will be
$93. Nope. It's got $3 more to go.
so dollar still trickling lower, which is why the markets are bouncing. Dollar is still trickling lower, but there's a positive divergence. At some point, we're going to get, there's negative divergence on the dollar, the DXY. At some point, we're going to get a small bounce in the markets. So we have a 1/4 position on the Qs, started here at 384.77. We have a 1/4 position on plug, out of the money, and we have a 1/4 position on GDX at 28.23. Out of the money on all three, but that's okay because we have maneuverability, we have position management, and we have time on our side. So we've already banked 8 winners, 1 loser today. We're in another 3 trades, so hopefully we can bang out these 3 winners as well. So let's just sit patient, wait, and see what transpires. I'm interested in shorting the Russell again at that 185.27 level. Let's be patient. All right, so NVIDIA is starting to come down. Okay, I'm going to call out AMD here. I'm going to call out AMD 119 puts. 119 puts. AMD 119 puts. We're about $1.81 away. 119 puts on AMD. My stop loss on AMD is 121. A close above 121. On the, let's do the, bear with me here. We'll do the 1 minute chart. Big volume creeping in. So these puts are not severely out of the money. But I'm expecting a drop to come into the semis here. Potential 3 minute hanging man candle on the Qs. The VIX is only at down 4.2 cents. UVXY is only down, what are we looking at here? 2.7. That's surprisingly low. Excuse me. Three-minute hanging man on the Qs. All right, Qs are trying to move up here. Qs are trying to move up. So we're in now 1, 2, 3, 4 trades again. 4 trades. AMD puts, 119 put, and plug short common shares. QQQ is moving up a little bit higher now. 385.15. Head and shoulders. Anybody that's watching and you have any tickers that you're paying attention to, give me a shout. We're in 4 trades. The market's pretty slow right now. I am expecting some downside to resume in the plays that we are in. AMD, we're basically flat on those puts. Again, I called out 119 puts on AMD. 0 DTE, meaning I'm expecting AMD to head to 119 today. Maybe a long shot, but fortune favors the brain. Fortune favors the brave. 121 stop on AMD on the 1 minute chart close. Basically risking about 30%. But if those AMD puts get in the money, that could be a 1,000%. 1/4 position, new lows on the dollar. Could even see a retrace back up to here, which we're tagging right now. Coincides with double top. Our markets are pushing up here. In a retrace zone. All right, get ready. I'm going to add here to the Qs 385.10, 385.10, 385.10. Added to the short side of the Qs there. Brings my average up to 384.92. 384.92. AMD's pushing, plugs pushing, GDX. All right, I'm going to add to plug up here 415. 415 short, 415. $412. Look at that. Just like that, we're in the money on Qs. We are in the money on Qs. We're seeing with the Qs, but we're flat. We're up about 2% on those puts. Plug power still trending higher. Next ad level on plug will be 422. But what I want you to do, I have a just keep your carving out a right shoulder. AMD also potentially still carving out that right shoulder. It's trying to grind higher.
Yeah, that's what I got. Is my entries on Tesla. What else? AMD was right about the same. Everything else is good. As soon as it's a Tesla, this is off. And then, oh, that's what I wanted to get rid of. That's what
Qs are still trying to push up here. Qs are still trying to push up. And the Russell is almost at our next short target. Because I have 4 positions going, I think, it's so tempting. It's so tempting. What do you guys think? Should I short the Russell as well, my target? Manage another position? Or should we just manage what we have? Probably should just manage what I have, but it's so tempting. It's into that 50% retrace zone at 120, 177.28. Oh. Dollar's moving up, so GDX should see some pressure along with the market. So the dollar is trying to bounce here. Trying. It's been trying all day, but we're at the lows. Alright, QQQ's moving up, retracing back to this trend line of resistance. Plug powers. Alright, big little kind of a push there in semis. SMH got a push, AMD's getting a push, Nvidia's getting a push into its next resistance. Microsoft's still putting in bearish consolidation, believe it or not, but markets are looking okay right now. They're trying to trend up. Alright, QQQ, where's the next short ad since we have a half a position? QQQ 385.30. So wick off that area, off of this trend line too. And then the next level is at 618.9. That'll be our third ad entry on the Q short. And that's a piercer that's 618 retrending, trying to move up. Nvidia's trying to break out here.
No, I don't like doing it. The only time I really like to do it.
Will we get a close above this hammer candle? That'll be positive for the Qs. So we're slightly out of the money on our AMD puts, on all of our shorts right now, but that's okay. We just sit patiently and accumulate. We have plenty of room to maneuver. And so we can get a 3-minute close above that wick. New low on the DXY. GDX is getting pop. Plug power. The Russell's almost at that 50% retrace. Almost. DXY new low. Oil's starting to actually fall. Okay, I'm get ready to add to QQQ. It's approaching our next resistance point. So we will be adding. New low on the dollar. Oil's actually starting to weaken a little bit more now, so we have to be mindful that maybe the miners, their biggest direct cost is oil, so. So big volume coming in on the semis there. Big volume there on the semis. You can see the Qs starting to come back in. We never hit our next ad level. 1-minute chart. Same with Nvidia. Nvidia saw a decent amount of volume there. SPY is starting to come down. Qs are starting to come down. Slightly out of the money on our AMD puts, but I'm still confident in those 119 puts.
Tesla looks like it should go.
Google.
Yeah, Google's good.
I'm out happier.
So Qs are still acting okay. AMD is starting to curl over a little bit,
Like gearing up for the next one too right now.
perhaps running out of some near-term momentum. Nvidia is trying to break out.
You know what's funny is everybody hated it at $100, myself included. Oh wow. We were with, I think we were with your Gavin on a space back then, and I was like, look, I don't like it at all for a trade, but like, if you have a 10-year time horizon, then you need to be buying, and I did not buy it. I thought that was wow, dude.
All right, so Microsoft is weakening, heavy volume coming in on Microsoft. Apple still remaining strong. Tesla, Nvidia still remaining strong. SMH is mixed. You have a little bit of weakness creeping in AMD, but some strength in Nvidia.
You'll see the volume of the ticker.
Bitcoin's still seeing some sellers present in the price action.
CPI data on November call, see an increase at two negative highs of CPI note the December 15.5 calls getting active on CPI.
So we're at that 618. AMD is softening. Dollar is starting to get a small down, 1.41%. Head, and you're forming this right shoulder potential. You haven't breached the neckline, but you're getting very, very close to doing so. $36. So we break this neckline, off to the races on the downside. Hasn't triggered yet, but it's getting close. And we said 119 puts. Tesla's trying to break. Apple's looking strong. That should lift the Qs. QQQ I just added there. 385.31. 385.31. Just added to the short. So that brings the average up to 385.11. That is a 3/4 position. I'm about to add to GDX here at 28.36. 28.36. It's not there yet. It's 1 penny away. I'll let you know. %, retrace. It is on watch for a short trade as well. I expect some downside off of this level. Bitcoin's seeing some more sellers take hold. Get ready to add to GDX. We're 1 penny away. 28 half position. Nat gas is falling. Oil's catching a bounce. So Nat gas has triggered that head and shoulders. Target is 316. 317 if you round up. AMD's right on that neckline. Take a look at AMD. Right on that neckline. 385.62. Position short at 1 penny higher right now. It is trying to trend higher. Plug Power seeing a spike in volume. Things are trying to break out here. 15% on our AMD contracts. We entered those put the lows of the session, so the dollar has not bounced yet. This is why the markets have been bouncing. The dollar is still lower. Dollar's down 1.43%. Yields down 3.9. We should see a bounce. Divergences happening everywhere in the dollar. Here come the Qs, falling a little bit here. Here come the Qs. So we're out of the money on our plug. We're deep in the money on our AMD put. Slightly out of the money on our QQQ, and about 5 cents out of the money on our GDX. So I think AMD is going to be the real banger here. Q. Another big candle coming down the Qs. We're basically flat. AMD is triggering this head and shoulders. We'll know in. Get ready to add to plug power. Doji candle there. What's interesting here on the Qs is you could argue that's triggering there, potentially. So the Qs are looking to trigger the head and shoulders on the 3 minutes, but it's close to doing so. Seeing some weakness in Apple now creeping. Here we go. We're now in the money on our Qs. Let's go. GDX, we're slightly out of the money. Plug, we're slightly out of the money, but Qs looking vulnerable to some more downside. To 422, that is a 3/4 position, brings my average up to 416. Okay, 416 average, 3/4 position. The next ad will be at 428 or higher. QQQ were flat, GDX were slightly out of the money, AMD were nicely in the money, potentially triggering this head and shoulders. I am seeing weakness in Bitcoin creeping in. which perhaps that's maybe a forward-looking indicator that the DXY is very close, expecting a DXY bounce. So watch the markets closely, because again, we could be putting in these lower highs in the indices, and if that DXY even bounces just a little bit, that's when we could start to see more downside. There's potentially on watch a much larger head and shoulders pattern now on the IWM. Again, with this pattern, we have to watch for the right shoulder development. The right shoulder development only triggers if we get a close below the neckline. I see the upsloping neckline around the 177 level to 177.10. So watch that level closely on the IWM. Move is quite steep. Why we loaded up the 119 puts. Okay, so watch that very, very closely. The DXY is starting to falter. New daily lows on Bitcoin. Nvidia is potentially having a failed breakout. I'm seeing Apple also starting to roll over to the downside a little bit, losing some of the short-term EMAs. So we'll see what transpires here. Still a lot of buy the dip mentality coming in this market. We're almost flat on our GDX. We're slightly out of the money on Qs, and we're slightly out of the money on plug. To be continued. Up here on the QQQ1, AMD chart has triggered the bearish breakdown of the head and shoulders intraday. GDX were flat on that trade. You are seeing the dollar uptick a little bit here. Alright, I just added to my final add on plug at 429 short. It brings it up to 421 average. Okay. Between the bulls and the bears. Dollars popping, Dixie's popping, AMD's faltering. Semiconductors are being a little bit laggy right now with this QQQ pop. Plug power's just been surging. You've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 green candles on the 3-minute chart. The GDX is fighting that double top resistance. The SPY is getting a pop, QQQ getting a pop, AMD not participating, NVIDIA's acting okay. Big pop on the Qs. We have to reassess. It's still a lower high, technically speaking. but we need to watch that closely. That pop really came from, I think, just Apple and a few other stocks, because it wasn't Nvidia, it wasn't AMD, it wasn't Microsoft. AVGO had a big pop there. At the other end of the spectrum, you can argue that if your left shoulder neckline break, that would be a big move on the Qs. I'm hard pressed to think that would play out. 386 move on the Qs. Yeah, right. Plug Power's coming in. AMD still selling. Nvidia's seeing some downside. Apple's popping, so Apple's the one that's lifting the Qs right now.
Yeah, we've had a good run. And then it's funny, I know everybody's going to pull back. I think we got a little bit. It's not been as big as going on, but we did pull back. And it was right to our daily 9 AMA.
AMD's still trickling. Here come the Qs. Apple's still trying to push higher here. That it is trying to form. So Apple, Microsoft's testing the neckline as well. Nvidia's trying to pop. Qs are trying to pop off this level. Qs are trying to pop here. Let's be careful. $1.33 on the Qs. Wow. Apple's hitting resistance. Microsoft's at resistance. So is Nvidia. Nvidia's fighting a little neckline. GDX. Qs are still pushing though. Qs are pushing. This could be a strong candle. Russell. Dollar is falling. That's why the Qs are pushing up here. Dollar is falling. That's why the Qs are pushing. Will this breakout hold? You have lots of resistance points up ahead on the Qs. And we have one final. I'm just going to flip to the 3-minute chart so that we can see more of these pivot points. It's weird how AMD's diverging. That's very odd in my opinion. So AMD's falling. Semis are kind of falling, diverging from the Qs. That's a little interesting. So again, my Discord is at tradingcapital.ca. Trying to hold this breakout. Did not get a higher high yet. Trying though. Still trying. Dollar still at the lows. Divergence is happening everywhere for the dollar. This is a huge move. Nvidia breakdown like AMD. Downside target on Nvidia off of this little 1-minute intraday pattern is 493.86, so a couple dollars. And we're holding this AMD put, so Q trade can play out to the downside. fighting this area here. This is a big area. AMD is still super weak, which is actually what's putting a lot of weight on the semis along with NVIDIA. GDX, we're slightly out of the money. Plug is starting to come lower now. Almost in the money on Plug and GDX. Slightly out of the money on the Qs. Bitcoin just made a new low of day. Apple's trying to trend higher, Microsoft's trying to trend lower. So kind of a tug of war between the two big heavyweight mega caps.
Speaking of Disney, by the way, ESPN just posted
Dollar's trying to test the lows. GDX is pushing up. The next level, ad level in the GDX is 2846. Shoulders, it is melting down here along with AMD. Like I said, downside target is 493.85, just off of that little bearish on NVIDIA. The question is, will we make a lower low in the trend today? The market has obviously been structurally sound. And you have Microsoft breaking down, Tesla going up. So right now it's a tug of war. Apple is remaining strong, which is why the Qs are holding up here. So the big question is, will Apple fade? Will Tesla fade? And will Amazon fade? Just like Microsoft and NVIDIA are doing right now. We're almost in the money. Tesla's tapping pre-market high, 236.53. It's a big resistance level. AMD, you can see, is hitting. Buyers stepping in, but sellers are certainly in control as of now. We're still short Plug, we're short GDX, short the Qs, and we're short AMD. AMD puts, man, those 119 puts could be huge, could be 1,000%. Or if anybody took those with me, definitely check out my website at tradingcapital.ca, because I called out those 119 puts when they were super stop loss now on the AMD trade, basically right around this 120.30. So we're banking right now. I'm up on those puts about 500%. Let's go. Puts are SPY is trying to break lower. QQQ is trying to break lower. SMH also potentially triggering a head and we could actually do some puts up here. 159. 160 puts. SMH 160 puts right here. SMH 160 puts on the SMH.
Speaking of, there's a little tweet going around right now about Michael Burry and how much he might have lost in his position. There's absolutely
Trades P. So potential failed breakout on the inverted head and shoulders that we were looking at, which solidifies that this technical head and shoulders pattern is still valid here at Microsoft just reported. There's some heavy news coming on Microsoft that ChatGPT is reporting security issues. That's potentially why it's been weaker right now. That should weigh on the Qs. Let's see if we get those stream. Plug power, we're almost in the money on our short trade there. Qs, we are in the money. AMD, we're in the DXY. It's still super, super weak. Bitcoin new lows. Bitcoin breaking the 36,000, now trading at 35,637 and selling heavy volume. I do have first technical, so be that big of a technical level on Bitcoin. QQQ still selling. Microsoft still holding that 369 level. Tesla did a rejection off of pre-market high. Nvidia is catching a small bounce with the Qs. Nat gas is starting to sell off pretty sharply. GDX is putting in a rising wedge pattern that is getting very, very narrow. Could still go higher, but you don't want to be chasing GDX here with the dollar basically falling apart. Oil's catching a small bounce. Some severe headwinds on this market. All right, Microsoft's testing that 369 area again. The low of day was 368.47. So we break that, and that's where you could go to gap fill. So keep that low of day on your Microsoft chart. Low of day on Microsoft is 368.47. 368.47. You break that, and this market will sell pretty hard. We're halfway there. AMD, we're halfway there to being 119 puts in the money. Let's go. And we have those 160 puts on SMH. SPY is trying to break lower here, losing the 113 EMA. It's a big, big level right now. It's hovering right on that EMA 113 as we speak, fending that 369 level for now.
Hey guys, what's up, man? Where are we? We're in a bit of a lower high intraday, but we're still on a higher high.
Big bounce and some semis, potentially creating a higher low. All right, here comes Microsoft, more selling. So big bounce on Nvidia. It's seen a really, really big bounce here. Microsoft's still lagging. GDX pushing higher. Resistance level, this little upsloping trend line connecting pivot to pivot, wide range red bar breakdown. You're looking to retest that area. Lots of little resistance points up here. Lots of little resistance points. But NVIDIA, so right now, NVIDIA, Apple are propping up the market while some sell side pressure comes into Microsoft. Microsoft has a lowercase h looking to test the low of day. Microsoft is
You must have been like the very outside of the range. You just
Bitcoin new low. Tesla rollover. DXY is starting to move up. I'm going to add to my GDX 2846. So NVIDIA just did a retrace to its little intraday head and shoulders. Slight rejection. Let's see if we get some more lower price action. But a head and shoulders on the spot. We'll see.
when I see you hit that, it's like not I'm like, geez, this guy knows what he's talking about.
Still selling. NVIDIA is trying to recapture that neckline.
I got a percentage right on the high a day. I'm not sure if I did, but I'm pretty sure, yeah. I think I did. But we ended up closing below that level otherwise.
So Bitcoin, yet again, another new low. Another new low on Bitcoin. Still selling. BTC is selling pretty hard here. 35.27, 35.26, 35.24. Whoa, it's selling hard here. Down 3.39%. It's going to break the 35,000 level momentarily. Tesla's selling. Bitcoin selling. Here we go. It is selling pretty 20-day moving average. But Bitcoin weak with a weak dollar. Sorry, my charts are acting a little bit. Wow, it's amazing how much power this charting takes. I'd pull up chart, but Bitcoin's acting exceptionally slow. All right, S&P 500 is triggering a 1 minute head and shoulders. Big bounce coming on Bitcoin as of now. You can see this. So what we're going to look for on Bitcoin here is a potential bounce trade. A potential bounce trade. All right, so we're in the money on our Qs. SMH is still falling. NVIDIA, Microsoft's coming to test that low of day. All right, here comes the next sell side program. S&P 1 minute head and shoulders has triggered. Downside target on this head and shoulders takes you to about 448. Pierce the 448. Qs. All right, let's put our stop in place here. In the money stop 385.04. 385.04. All right, we're gonna lower it even more now. 384.96 in the money. Day trade long on Bitcoin. I just want to see some. So Bitcoin's catching a small bounce here. It's testing the 4-hour EMA 113. Decent bounce. Looking for a long entry for a scalp on Bitcoin at 34,728.
Ticker X 3450 call.
Daily's looking pretty healthy. Yeah. As long as we're holding the
Microsoft is breaking a pivot low. It's going to test the low down along with Apple, Tesla, and Nvidia. Then we should see some new lows in the Qs today. That's certainly possible. I'm just going to pull up the Microsoft chart here. Just bear with me. You can see that it's making that lowercase h coming down to test the low of day. All right, we're tapping that low of day on Microsoft. What's going to happen? Low of day test coming on Microsoft. Will we make a new low? The S&P has a head and shoulders on the 1 minute. QQQ also coming on. Thanks for the feedback there, Shetri. Chart is dirty. I know it is dirty. It's because I have so many day trade scalping lines. Dump. We're nicely in the money. This chart is a little bit delayed. Qs are going to drop through on the Qs. Bring our stop down on the Q. So my chart is dirty with moving averages and trend lines. But my entries here. My stop loss is in red. My entries are in green. So Microsoft is looking to close at a new low of day. Fighting that area right now. We will see if it breaks down. SPY is breaking down. Oof, look at this dump coming on the Qs. Big dump on the Qs.
Still holding that 234.58, which is like
I said in the beginning of the stream a few hours ago, don't be surprised if Microsoft goes negative. It's basically gone from up just over 1% to only up 0.3%. And the Qs are 384 based off of the original head and shoulders that triggered up here. You got your retest, rejection, and now we move our stop loss on the Qs down all the way here to that red bar. Covering half down here, 384.40. Covering half. Leaving the other half with a stop loss, 386.66.
yes, sir. What a day. I don't know why.
So I covered half for a lovely gain from 385.10 all the way down to 384.38. And we're leaving the rest running. We have half the QQQ short running. AMD puts.
Those opened up pretty significantly higher, a little over 200%. Doing good, baby. Good day.
This is our original, I should say, our original channel.
Very nice, very nice.
How you feel right now about this market? Do you think we're a little overdone right now, or what?
Microsoft is almost to its gap.
Still seems to be pretty high of day, like Tesla's. Did you get your 5% Tesla tweet out? I did. Yeah, right here.
So Nvidia is still falling.
And so I'm looking at SPY, and I'm basically looking for a 5-minute close view out here.
I just added to my GDX short at 28.46, brings up my average to 28.38. That is a 3/4 position. AMD we're still in the money to 120.40, and we'll just have to reassess from there. But the Qs are in sell mode. I'm just going to go silent on the mic. I'm going to cover the Qs if we flush down to pre-market high. I'll cover the rest of my QQQ short. SMH put is in the money as well. So stay tuned for more updates. Alright guys, so I'm back. So our QQQ downside target hit 100% off of this level. We were able to cover the other half of our QQQ, so excellent job off of that technical level. Beautiful short off of this 385.10 all the way down to 384.26 and 384.03 respectively. We're still holding AMD puts, which are almost to our in the money, holding the GDX short, which was slightly out of money, and the plug market right now. But the big question is now, what type of pattern is unfolding? Is a potential head and shoulders on the Russell, the IWM 5-minute chart, and that downside move would take you all the way down, which it has triggered. Now it can be negated if it closes a 5-minute close above the neckline, which it's tapping right now. I'll pull it up on my chart once. I'm taking a short here, 177. Look at this. Left shoulder, head, big rounding right shoulder, rejection being met right now. We'll see if it holds. At 177.29. Short the Russell. And you have your high, lower high potential in place. Will we take low? That's the big question. AMD is still curling lower. Thanks for the feedback. Yes, the chart does get messy, but we've been doing now the stream for 5 hours and 39 minutes, and it certainly once a lot of patterns develop and change as you day trade. So thanks for the feedback. I'll try to clean it up. Problem is like I do a lot of the charting right in front of you directly off of the screen that I'm streaming. I could easily just keep a blank chart of these indices and do my charting on another window. I can do that, but I like to show you all the trend lines, patterns, things that I'm looking at and watching. So I do think it's helpful. All right, back to this market. So markets had that big flush on the SPY, the Qs. Downside target was achieved. New low of day on Microsoft. You are trying to have a pretty big bounce right now, so to speak. But the question is, will the bounce hold? There's still quite a bit of time in this market session today. We just pulled a 1/4 short on the Russell after closing our QQQ shorts for a nice gain. And we're still holding AMD and SMH short, and a GDX short and a plug short. So there's still 4 trades on this trend line. We get above that trend line and we stop out. Here comes the Russell. And this could be a big flush on the Russell. Just like even a 1% drop slowly started to subside. I still think there's going to be a new low on Bitcoin today. Once we get continuation move in this dollar. SPY's trying to move up though. S&P 500 is trying to move up. So please go ahead and like this stream. Follow my Twitter account at Trading1Capital. Check out my website at tradingcapital.ca, where we have a Discord service for members. I post daily analysis videos, trade alerts, direct trade alerts to your cell phone, insider buying and selling, anything that I think is important and could provide an opportunity to make us alpha in this market. If you look back on this live stream today, we have probably done about, I think there's 10 trades, 9 winners, 1 loss, and we're holding another 4 trades right now, which we're in the money on IWM, in the money on AMD, flat on. So here comes the Russell flush, nicely in the money. We are going to put a stop loss. Still making a wedge pattern, higher highs, higher lows. And the big question is, which way is the wedge going to break? AMD, we're almost at that 119 in the money. You should be up tremendously on that put. 82, when we were forming this right shoulder breakdown, and look at it, just flushing. Plug power. Plug power is flushing. Well, if they don't come back in. Alright, our GDX trade, we're basically break even now. So we are now winning all of our positions that are open. GDX is break even. Stop loss on Russell is in place. AMD going to lower the stop loss for these puts to go in the money. But the SPY is getting a big pop here. Alright, so I just started another AMD's bouncing, semiconductors big bounce, S&P Q big bounce. The dollar has softened from that bounce. Alright, Apple's basically retesting its breakout trend line. Microsoft's had a phenomenal bounce. Apple's trying to push for a high of day breakout. S&P 500 is retested and hitting the neckline where it broke down and had that big flush. Massive move. So we went from basically 448.58 all the way down to 447.65, but almost a dollar move to have another dollar move to the upside. Crazy price action. Crazy price action. Certainly wild. Alright, the S&P reclosed back above the neckline. That's actually a bullish sign for the market. Let's see if we have some other resistance points. Alright, the S&P is approaching a new resistance point here. 448.90. I never got that trend line kiss, but I'm tempted to add to the Russell. Very tempted. The dollar is about to make a new low. So the dollar just made a new low. Resistance made a new low. Alright, I'm adding to my Russell short if we get a little pop. Another divergence on the dollar. Apple's trying to break out. New low on the dollar, 104.10. Divergence is clear. Alright, I just added here 177.35. Brings the average up. 177.29. Or should we just re-push the call? Alright, I'm going to have to call this stream to an end. I have some other matters to attend. Basically, I will add to my Russell here, and if we get a 2-minute close above this pivot high, I stop out for a loss. I'm closing plug power at 417. I just covered the short, so it's a 4-cent gain. GDX, I am considering hold 48, but other than that, I'm okay holding that overnight. And I'm also okay holding the Russell 2000 overnight as a short. On that note, please visit tradingcapital.ca where you can find more about my Discord membership and some exclusive trading ideas. Please give this video a big like down below. Follow my Twitter account where you can gain free alpha and certainly some insights into some technical analysis and charts. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. Please give this video a like down below or a upvote, and we will see you on the charts a bit later. Take care, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.